Namaskar. Namaskar and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you to kindly take your respective seats and settle down. As you know, we will be starting the session in just a few moments from now. But before that, I'd just like to take you through some general housekeeping instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, you're requested to kindly switch off your mobile phones during the course of the deliberations. I like to just request you to kindly note that the restroom is situated in the lobby towards the right as you exit the hall, and the open area adjacent to the foyer at the entrance has been designated as the smoking area and may be utilized for the same. As you know that we will be commencing the second session of the conference, the session with the theme Regional Perceptions and Approaches for Maritime Cooperative Engagement would be deliberated by 5 esteemed speakers. On completion of the session, we would break for tea, and tea is arranged at the poolside, as you're aware, for those who have attended our session yesterday. To apprise you, ladies and gentlemen, poolside is located towards the right as you alight the steps upon exiting the hall, and we shall reassemble after tea for the valedictory address, followed by the vote of thanks. And that would, of course, mark the conclusion of the International Maritime Conference. The day's proceedings will culminate with lunch, which has been, ladies and gentlemen, arranged at the poop deck, which is situated on the terrace above. And meanwhile, once again, may I request you to kindly switch off your mobile phones for the entire proceedings of the conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as my co-host has just mentioned, that tea would be arranged by the pool side. Notwithstanding the timings for the tea break, if anyone desires to have a cup of tea, may please proceed to the pool side whenever required, and tea would be served there. Thank you.
check, check.
Ladies and Ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to be seated. We'll commence the proceedings shortly. May I also request the guests to kindly move up and occupy the chairs at the front. Admiral D.K. Joshi, Chairman, National Maritime Foundation; Vice Admiral Satish Shoni, Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Naval Command; Service Chiefs, CNOs and Heads of Delegations of participating nations; moderators and speakers, and all distinguished dignitaries in the audience. A very good morning to you all. After an enlightening first session yesterday, we have gathered here this morning for Session 2 of the International Maritime Conference. Significant changes are at play in the oceanic domain and are driven by cooperative and competitive discourses, with the traditional and new maritime players realigning their posture with this somewhat uncertain environment. A number of countries have announced new naval strategies or maritime policies, while others are engaged in revising and realigning their current approaches to naval and maritime developments. The current trends acknowledge that cooperation is the key to secure seas for the global trade and to disrupt the motives of non-state actors. It is this need for cooperation which leads us towards the topic of discussion for this session: regional perceptions and approaches for maritime cooperative engagement. This session will be moderated by Ambassador K.V. Bhagirath, Secretary General, Indian Ocean Rim Association. I also extend a very warm welcome to all our speakers this morning: Professor Ichi Katahara, Lieutenant General Dan Leaf, Professor Jeffrey Till, First Admiral Amrullah Octavian, Professor Atahur Rahman. Before we proceed further, may I request my co-host to kindly introduce our moderator for this session to this esteemed audience.
Namaskar and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my proud privilege to introduce our session moderator, Ambassador K.V. Bhagirath. Ambassador K.V. Bhagirath joined the Indian Foreign Service in the year 1979, and in his diplomatic career spanning over 3 decades, he has undertaken assignments in the Middle East, Latin America, Europe, and Africa. He was posted in Damascus from 1981 to 1983, in Havana from 1989 to 1993, in London from 1993 to 1997, in Mauritius from 1997 to 2001, in New Delhi from 2001 to 2004, in Paris from 2004 to 2007, and in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania from 2007 to 2011. He has been holding the office of the Secretary General, Indian Ocean Rim Association since January 2012. The ambassador is a student of history and an alumnus of the prestigious St. Stephen's College, Delhi University, and the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, with these words, I extend an extremely warm welcome to Ambassador K.V. Bhagirath, along with our esteemed, distinguished panel of speakers here. And may I now request our session moderator to kindly make his opening remarks and moderate the session.
Thank you, much. A very good morning to everybody, admirals, NOCs, distinguished defense colleagues, and fellow participants. As you know, yesterday we had a very good session, the opening session, which went off exceedingly well. So today's session, I think, makes it that much more challenging. We are very happy to have the distinguished participants with us over here. The introductions will be given on the screen, so I won't very much go into that. What we propose to do is to give each speaker 20 minutes speaking time, and then at the end of it, perhaps we'll have a Q&A session, and then a summation of the entire proceedings. Without much delay, I think I'll right away go ahead and ask Professor Katahara, Director, National Institute of Defense Studies of Japan, to make the first statement.
Thank you, Ambassador. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here with you. And first of all, I'd like to thank Admiral Joshi, National Maritime Foundation, for inviting me to this important seminar. And also, it's nice to be the first speaker in the session because all of you, including myself, are still awake. So, two things first at the outset. What I'm going to talk about is just my own perspective and does not represent the view of the government. And I want to make my presentation as short as possible. In my presentation, I want to consider three questions. First, what factors are important in contributing to maritime security order in international society? This is a theoretical question. Second, what are Japan's perceptions of maritime security issues? And third, what would be Japan's roles and missions in ensuring maritime security in the 21st century Indo-Pacific region? Now the first question. Before discussing maritime security issues in the Indo-Pacific region, it would be useful to consider how order is maintained in the present system of sovereign states. In his seminal work, Professor Hellebo emphasizes the importance of three factors in providing order in international society: common interests, rules that prescribe the pattern behavior, and the sustained common interests, and also into institutions which make these rules effective. Hellebo then highlights what he describes as the institutions of international society: the balance of power, international law, diplomacy, war, and the role of great powers. In the maritime security domain, I would argue that the favorable balance of power will be crucial in maintaining international order at sea. In more specific terms, the United States has been playing a critical role in preventing the domination of the Eurasian continent by any one state or by any combination of states, thus providing a favorable balance of power. International laws and organizations, including UNCLOS, incident at sea agreements such as those between the United States and Russia, Western Pacific Navy Symposium, and International Court of Justice, and so on, can fulfill significant functions in securing maritime safety, avoiding incidents at sea, resolving maritime disputes, and enhancing maritime domain awareness, thus building a confidence also as contributing to maritime security order. Yet, it should be noted that the efficacy and scope of these rules of the game remain limited and require further strengthening. Diplomacy also serves major important functions in maintaining international order. It facilitates communications between the political leaders of state and other entities in international society. It conducts negotiations for agreements. It plays a role in gathering intelligence and information about foreign countries. And also Navy diplomacy also plays an important role in sending a signal to other countries. It should also be emphasized that the great powers have responsibilities and roles to play in maintaining international order, norms and rules-based international order. In the maritime security, it is expected that great powers play crucial roles in preserving the balance of power, maintaining freedom of navigation and freedom of overflight, and the sea lines of communication SLOC, seeking to avoid or control crises in their relations with one another, also seeking to limit wars among one another if they occur. Given the risks of military conflict escalation and potentially catastrophic consequences of war, maritime and territorial dispute should be resolved by peaceful means, and military confrontation and or war should be avoided to the greatest extent possible. Yet, if deterrence fails and war occurs, either accidentally or inadvertently or intentionally, it should be limited and contained and should be terminated with the minimum cost incurred. Now, the second question I want to address is to do with Japan's perceptions of maritime security issues. Japan's security perceptions reflect its position as a major maritime power with global interests, as an ally of the United States, an increasingly proactive contributor to world peace. Although Japan has managed to deter and defend against any threat of aggression for the last 70 years since the end of the Second World War, its perceptions of physical vulnerabilities remain extremely profound. Japan is a geographically small country with densely populated cities and natural disasters and disaster-prone conditions and rapidly aging and shrinking population. Yet it is also located in a geostrategically important Northeast Asia, where major powers such as China, Russia are all nuclear armed and with significant power projection capabilities. And Japan is critically dependent on international trade and the SLOCs for its survival. In more specific terms, Japan faces an array of difficult security challenges, including North Korea armed with ballistic missiles and weapons of mass destruction, and China's growing and wide-ranging military capabilities, and its increasingly assertive strategic posture, and also the volatile situations in the Middle East and Africa, and a host of the non-traditional security challenges, including cyber attacks, natural disaster, and piracy, and so on. And each of these security challenges involves maritime dimensions in general, and the roles of and missions for the Japanese self-defense forces, and also the Japanese Coast Guard. In addition to these security challenges mentioned above, there have been rising tensions in the East and South China Seas, posing significant maritime security concerns for Japan and the region. First, Tokyo is concerned about China's increasingly assertive maritime activities, including its intrusion into Japan's territorial waters and airspace. In particular, Japan deems it necessary not only to deter aggression, but also to deal with the so-called gray zone situations, which have not yet developed into an armed attacks on Japan that could involve Chinese law enforcement vessels, aircraft, and fishing boats, and so on. Indeed, we notice that there is a substantial evidence of Chinese assertiveness, and in waters around, and also coercive behavior in the Senkaku Islands and their adjacent waters. However, in recent years, there has been some progress for gradual stabilization of the relationship between the two countries. On the Senkaku question, there are two important factors that complicate the issue. One is the impact of domestic politics and rising nationalism on both sides. Let's take Chinese case to illustrate this point. As China stands now, the Xi Jinping regime's political power base could be weakened if there were a sudden surge of protest movement or riots triggered by mounting domestic problems such as slowing down of economic growth, corruption, and environmental degradation. Under these circumstances, domestic circumstances, any compromise or concession made to Japan or any other countries could undermine the Xi Jinping's regime stability. Another factor has to do with the United States' position on the Senkaku Islands. The United States government maintains that U.S. does not take a position on the question of the ultimate sovereignty of the Senkaku Taoyu Islands. Yet, the United States regards the Senkaku Islands as falling under the scope of the U.S.-Japan Alliance Treaty, and it would oppose any attempt to undermine Japan's administration of the Senkaku Islands. Indeed, President Obama put it clearly, I quote, "Our treaty commitment to Japan's security is absolute, and Article 8 covers all territories under Japan's administration, including the Senkaku Islands," unquote. Second, China's assertive security posture manifested in its maritime activities and land reclamation and the construction of seaports and airstrips in the South China Sea are of growing concern not only to coastal states of the South China Sea but also to the Indo-Pacific region at large. And third, the emerging strategic rivalry between the United States and China in the broader Indo-Pacific region is also a matter of considerable concern to all the countries, because some small incident caused by miscalculation or misperception at the tactical level, say an armed clash in the South China Sea or East China Sea, could inadvertently escalate to larger scale unexpected military conflict. And fourth, the prospect for arms race, especially in the maritime domain, appears to be looming large in the minds of policymakers and strategists in the region. Indeed, driven by economic growth, perceived security imperatives, and rising nationalism, many countries in the region continue to increase their defense budgets and build up their defense capabilities. If there is a substantial evidence that an arms race, especially in the maritime domain, is in the making, it can be argued that it would stimulate further tensions and increase the prospect for conflict, because action-reaction, if not managed or controlled, could generate its own momentum. Now I want to consider the last question about Japan's security policy. Japan's security policy has been significantly transformed since the 1990s. Consequently, Japan's security roles and missions have been expanded and its defense capabilities enhanced so as to meet emerging threats and diverse contingencies of the 21st century world. In December 2013, the government of Japan established the first National Security Council as a key body tasked with national security policy decision-making and ensuring inter-ministry policy coordination. Concurrently, Japanese government announced the first ever national security strategy, NSS, and also updated national defense program guidelines. And national defense program guidelines constitute Japan's defense strategy. All these documents are available from the website of the Ministry of Defense. In April 27th, last year, Japan and the United States adopted the new guidelines for U.S.-Japan Defense Cooperation. The new guidelines stipulate the 5 aims: 1. Seamless, robust, flexible, and efficient bilateral response. And second, synergy across the two governments' national security policies. And 3, a whole-of-government alliance approach. And 4th, cooperation with regional and other partners, as well as international organizations. And 5th, global nature of the Japan-US alliance. So we can see a significant evolution of the U.S.-Japan alliance. It's becoming a global in nature. In September 2015, the new legislation for peace and security were enacted. Yet, the bills, unfortunately, turned out to be too complicated and difficult for the people to understand. So there are still some misunderstandings on the part of the Japanese people. So in an effort to galvanize public support for the bills, the Abe government highlighted the worsening security environment surrounding Japan and the perceived need for Japan to make seamless responses to any situations to Japan's society, Japan's security, while contributing more proactively to the peace and stability of the international community under the policy of proactive contribution to peace, and also the importance of enhancing the deterrence of the U.S.-Japan alliance, while deepening cooperation with other partners. So in the interest of time, I just want to go on to the discussing some of the Japan's. So we can see there has been a marked progress in Japan's security policy under the Abe government. Japan's national security strategy, the new Japan defense, new guidelines between Japan and the United States, and also legislation for peace and security, taken together would be a substantial step forward. And taking these changes into consideration, I would argue that Japan's strategy for maritime security would include the following elements. A. Increasing defense and maritime maritime security capabilities to deter aggression and coercion by developing SDF dynamic joint force and enhancing Japan's Coast Guard capabilities. And B. Strengthening its alliance with the United States to deter aggression and coercion by U.S. military presence, and also upgrading the alliance roles, missions, and capabilities, including strengthening ISR and also amphibious operation capabilities, and developing Japan-U.S. joint crisis management and crisis prevention mechanisms, including mechanism for de-escalation or crisis, also escalation control. E. Enhancing bilateral, trilateral, and multilateral security cooperation with its partners, including India, China, Australia, Russia, ROK, ASEAN, and the EU. It would be in the interest of Japan and China to fundamentally stabilize and improve Japan-China relations through a new, perhaps modus vivendi vis-à-vis the Senkaku Islands, and also comprehensive promotion of a mutually beneficial relationship based on common strategic interests. China is Japan's neighbor, and we have maintained a stable history for over the last 2,000 years. So we had an unfortunate time for war between China and Japan in the past, but this is an aberration in our history. D. Building norms and rules and mechanisms such as confidence building measures and crisis management, arms control, or could be pursued. And E. Promoting capacity building measures directed to ASEAN countries, including provisions of patrol vessels to Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam, and so on. And F. Enhancing maritime domain awareness, interoperability, and network centrality, including the possible use of automatic identification system, AIS satellites for maritime domain awareness. There are some new technologies that can be used to increase maritime domain awareness in these years. G. Strengthening regional organizations such as the East Asian Summit, the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting, and ADMM+. In particular, experts working group on maritime security should be utilized to promote maritime security cooperation, such as information sharing and joint exercise and training. H. Improving decision-making structures and wide whole of government approaches to maritime security issues are important. And finally, strengthening multilateral cooperation to address non-traditional security challenges such as HADR, international terrorism, piracy, and cyber security, including the issue related to vulnerabilities of undersea communication cables in the ocean. These are issues that's quite new, but there is not much recognition in the international society. Now let me conclude. Japan will play a major role in strengthening a rules-based international order in the 21st century world. The time has come for Japan to get its political, economic, and strategic fundamentals right and face up to the challenges of the 21st century. Japan needs to increase its comprehensive national power and update its national security strategy, articulating its national security interests and the means to protect and enhance them. In view of the lessons drawn from the experience of the March 11th disaster, Fukushima and earthquake disaster, Japan requires strong political leadership and transparent governance and comprehensive national strategies for effective crisis management. Given Japan's demographic challenges and its financial and manpower constraints and time-honored pacifism of Japanese rooted in our experience of the Asia-Pacific War and the lessons learned from the war experience, I would argue that even if Japan becomes a normal power at some point in the future, Japan will remain a cautious, careful, and prudent security player. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, great power strategic competitions and confrontations and conflicts should be avoided at all costs. It will be imperative, therefore, for the major powers, including Japan, USA, India, China, and the middle and small powers in the region should share the responsibilities in shaping a new security order in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Katahara, for Professor Katahara was able to highlight the importance of the balance of power in maintaining peace and security in the region, the role played by the great powers in securing peace and in avoiding conflictual situations. The professor also highlighted the security challenges which Japan faces in the region and the increasing assertive activities, including maritime, of states which are in Japan's neighborhood. The importance of the role played by domestic political developments was also a fact on which he threw some light. Japan's role Japan's perception as a major maritime player is something which is known to us, and he also mentioned the importance of having to enhance the assets that Japan has. Of course, the importance of the Japan-US alliance was again something which is critical for Japan's security, which he highlighted. We would all remember the statement which was made by the Japanese Prime Minister way back in '97 in the Indian Parliament about the confluence of the two seas. And then after coming back as Prime Minister, there's obviously been a change, and I think Professor Katahara was also able to reflect the importance that Japan attaches in enhancing power, especially in the maritime region also, but at the same time highlighted the crucial nature of regional linkages with regional institutional mechanisms and also multilateral mechanisms. I would now invite General Dan Leaf. We had unfortunately missed him yesterday, but fortunately have him with us today. The topic of his talk is the importance of oceans and navies in geostrategic mix.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, and as we say in Hawaii, aloha. That requires a response. Aloha. There. I'm very happy to be here. I'm sorry I was delayed en route from Kathmandu to Vizag yesterday, but we made it, and now I have 20 minutes to convince this audience that an Air Force fighter pilot has any business telling naval officers what the role of Navy should be. Fortunately, in my duties as the director of the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, I've interacted with men and women from the navies of virtually every country here and spent a great deal of time working on maritime issues. I would like to thank the Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Dewan, and especially our point of contact, Captain Mishra, for giving me this opportunity to put forward my views. This is quite an event. As we arrived last night, I was struck by the magnitude of it, the pageantry of it, and the importance of the fleet review and of this conference. As I looked through the material that was provided, I was also struck by the statement in the back of the book that said the world is a family. And so with that in mind, I'm going to give a fairly optimistic perspective on the role of navies. A cautiously optimistic perspective. Because I come from a family of 9, 7 siblings, 3 brothers, 3 sisters, and we were a family. But that does not mean it was free of friction, free of conflict, and on occasion, especially with my older brother, even violence. So while the world may be a family, there's still plenty of risk. Fortunately, it's a different world than I grew up as a military professional. I grew up in a Cold War world where confrontation was the norm, where it was in fact sometimes sought, and where the risk of a nuclear holocaust was even greater. We've moved beyond that, and as noted by the professor and many others, this is a globalized, interconnected, and interdependent world where conduct should be different, where conflict should be avoided. In this new world, though, navies, and I'll point out air forces because we share the domain, do what they have always done. They assure access. When appropriate, they deny access. And they do that with discipline, knowing their environment as a harsh master. I think the navies of the modern world appreciate that domination is a bygone idea, that its time has passed. And the cooperation is the way to pursue national interests, even when there's competition. And the keys to maritime security cooperation, some of which Professor Katahara mentioned, in my mind, begin with training and practice in norms, standards, rules, and laws. That is the foundation. And that training needs to be applied in realms of bilateral and multilateral cooperation. Now, bilateral cooperation has been the norm for decades. During my time as the Deputy Commander of U.S. Pacific Command, a mere 8 years ago, multilateral cooperation was not non-existent, but significantly less prominent and less effective than it is now. We are emblematic of multilateral cooperation here. In the Pacific region, we have opportunities to practice it, often in responding to natural disasters. It is the norm and should be the norm because we share this world. The third element that has to be addressed, and again, the professor talked to it, is shared domain awareness. Now, he spoke of some technical advances in sharing domain awareness. That's great. But let's acknowledge that that's very difficult. It is technically difficult. It is philosophically difficult. Technically, systems don't always interoperate, and philosophically, we don't always want to share. That's the reality. So in exercises, in conferences, we need to find ways to prudently share what we know, because that shared domain awareness is a key element of my fourth point about the role of navies in the modern world. And that is that we must communicate our intent as clearly as possible. That isn't always easy because you give up some transparency, you allow transparency when you do that. But as a representative of the United States, let me say that I don't think anyone has done better at portraying our intent more clearly than our Secretary of Defense, Ash Carter. In his statements on freedom of navigation, specifically in the South China Sea, you see clear statements of what we are doing, why we are doing it, and how we will do it. And I'd refer you to those statements. I won't repeat them, but there's no confrontation in his words. There's no bellicosity, just a clear statement of the strategic intent of the United States. That's strategic. Communication at the tactical level is perhaps just as important, maybe even more important, in avoiding those accidents, coincidences, and misunderstandings at sea. And at the tactical level, I think there's one key element that every Navy should consider, and that's their tactical proficiency in the English language. Now, it's not the best language. I like it because I know it, but it is the language of security cooperation and communication. And a Navy that does not invest in being able to communicate in the English language can waste whatever it invests in the fanciest gear, the best radios, the best signaling gear, if they can't communicate on the same basis. And I think English language has a strategic and tactical importance. Again, that's not an endorsement of the language, it's a recognition of reality. So with all that said, talking about our interconnected world and the need to avoid conflict, should we be concerned about the naval power that's arrayed out here, the potential for an arms race? Should that worry us as we think about cooperation? Well, it could. It doesn't for me, because I see it differently. In the modern world, modern militaries, and especially navies, I believe, have a moderating influence. Through their discipline, through their proficiency, they make conflict less likely. They become standard setters for the norm, standard rules, and laws, if they're properly trained, properly equipped, and well disciplined, and understand fully that conflict is almost never in the modern world in their nation's interest. Today's sailors and airmen should be those standard setters, not just by their military readiness and tactical excellence, but an adherence to norms, standards, and rules and laws. I'm not naive. This is an imperfect world. The views on the standards, norms, rules, and laws vary. There isn't complete agreement. And there are some in the world, indeed in this region, that cling to the outdated notion that dominance of an area or region is possible. If the United States has learned anything in the past 30 years, it is that that is not the case. That the ambitions of the greatest nation can be thwarted by the smallest in the modern, interconnected, globalized world. So I don't see the military as creating conflict. I see it as solving it as standard setters, despite that notion. And I think I have reason for optimism. It isn't just hope, because hope is not a plan. We look at the South China Sea territorial issues as unsolvable, as a Gordian knot. But looking around the globe, looking right here, in the Bay of Bengal, a major dispute between India, between Bangladesh and Myanmar was resolved through arbitration. Over on the far end of the Indo-Asia Pacific, far from here, between Chile and Peru, a very difficult, very contentious, and very economically important dispute was resolved in the International Court of Justice. And for all the tension that exists at sea, in this region in particular, confrontation has been avoided. The navies of the region have avoided misunderstandings, miscalculations, and accidents. So the role of navies has been expanded and should be expanded in this modern world to be the standard setters of conduct, the portrayal of strength in moderation, and in creating the environment that allows our world, and therefore our family, peace, stability, and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Leaf. That was short and sweet. Absolutely not. General Leaf, having just arrived yesterday and having faced a fairly strenuous journey, I think it's excellent that we've been able to hear from you here. He stressed on the role of the norms and standards and the legal framework which can play a role in the conduct of maritime strategies. The General also emphasized the potential and the potential of positive influences that navies can play in a rule-based maritime strategy. And then, of course, he cited the conflict resolution which was done in the Bay of Bengal, highlighted that, and the importance also of the bilateral and the multilateral roles that navies can play through their strategies. I now request Professor Jeffrey Till
one. I'm grateful, like all my predecessors, to our host for the opportunity to talk to you. I see that most of you are still awake. I'll see what I can do about that. Let me start off by defining my subject, engagement. What does the word maritime engagement actually mean? Engagement is a neutral word which covers a whole range of contingencies. At one end, it applies to two people engaged to be married, and at the other, to military forces seeking to destroy each other. So, effectively, it has both cooperative and competitive overtones. And because what happens anywhere in the system naturally tends to affect everywhere else, globalization means that all externally functioning states are engaged with each other, whether they like it or not, very often regardless of how activist they are internationally. The requirement then is to encourage the first of these, to discourage the second. And that's really what I'm going to be talking about. And one has to do it, I think, in three different ways. Substantive engagement, what's it about? Behavioural engagement, how is it conducted? And institutional engagement, where is it conducted? So let's start briefly with that, substantive engagement. This is the level of what's sometimes inaccurately called grand strategy. It's about the interaction of national policy, about the ends, the objectives that countries have. And clearly there are things that divide and things that join those nations. In the Indo-Pacific region, for example, there's an encouraging supply of substantive issues which naturally tend to draw the nations together in collaborative relationships. And the most obvious of those, of course, is economic interdependence. We've all seen maps like this, which just illustrate the point about the importance of sea-based trading and about the fact that an event in one part of the system materially affects the prosperity and the security of other parts of the system as well. It's a system that operates over and above the nation state. Defending the system, therefore, has to be a collective enterprise. And that also needs to be the approach, I would argue, for the defence of the freedom of the seas, not parcelling it out amongst the various nations, since the freedom of the seas is indeed threatened by territorialisation. And we know that that freedom is threatened in all sorts of ways, not least in the Indian Ocean region. I won't bore you with a recount of what the problems are. We all know that. And so dealing with problems like this is essentially a cooperative endeavour. And that's why organisations like this, supported by independent deployers like India and China, have been such a benign development, and why maritime cooperation of this sort should be encouraged even more widely. And much the same can be said about action against the illegal trade in drugs, trafficking in human beings, global warming, increasing cooperation in the universal struggle against international terrorism. Instability in one part of the system adversely affects all of the others. And one common element in all of those, I fear, is that victory is impossible. These are problems that will be with us for the foreseeable future. There is no final solution to any of these things. This is a permanent, predictable requirement that navies have to contribute to, and they best contribute to it together. But there's also the unpredictable, the things that happen as a bolt from the blue, like most disaster relief exercises. So navies also have to prepare for what's unpredictable in defence of the global system. But although different nations have differing priorities at any particular time in which threat to respond to when, there's huge substantive agreement about the need to contain those threats and to defend the system. And where there is a significant maritime element to the problem, for their navies to work together. This not only helps preserve the system, it also has that huge benefit of improving relations between the navies and the maritime states. It meets the challenges functionally. It does the things that needs to be done. It encourages naval togetherness, a sense of fraternity of the sea, about which we all know. And I think most importantly, it puts things into proportion. But there are, sadly, things that need to be put into proportion, where international policy interests clash, and where national action at sea, that kind of maritime engagement, can quickly become competitive, sometimes dangerously so, as in, for example, the South China Sea or the East China Sea, for that matter. It would be naive of us to ignore the future possibility of dangerously increasing tensions between some of the players in these areas, between India and Pakistan, between the US and China, the two Koreas, Japan and China, and so it goes on. And in such a maritime area as the Indo-Pacific region, it's hardly surprising that many of these tensions are at sea. For this reason, naval planners like you throughout the region feel they have a duty to engage in worst-case analysis, to produce as strong a force as they can in order to minimize strategic risk. If they didn't, they wouldn't be doing their duty. Inevitably, this produces security dilemmas, where one country's defensive measures seem to justify to its neighbours responses in an endless chain of action and reaction, leading to a retreat from collaborative engagement and a slide into heightened tensions and destabilizing arms races. The complex relationship, I would argue, between the nuclear deterrent policies of India and Pakistan is one obvious example of this. While it is true that such countries, when locked in particular disputes, say over who owns what in the South or East China Seas, still have much in common, the substantial issues that they do not have in common will tend to be intractable and very possibly beyond solution. All too often, we imagine that every problem has a solution. In many cases, they do not. Nations have to sit on the shore and wait for the breeze. Wait, in other words, until radical shifts in the context makes the problem go away. At the end of the Cold War, for example, suddenly made a fiendishly difficult problem of Berlin simply disappear. Until such changes occur, the differences have to be lived with, and the very limited prospect, maybe, of cooperative engagement in that area accepted realistically. The acceptance of the issue may not be changeable, but its effects might be moderated by behaviours, by changes in behaviour. And it's to that we should now turn. Behavioural engagement, how the countries behave. And this can clearly ameliorate or exacerbate the substantive issues. It can make things worse, or it can actually help contain them. And that this is much less a matter of policy, more of ways and means, of strategy, in other words, at all levels of operation. Behavioural engagement at the operational level. Throughout the Indo-Pacific region, there are a large number of differing national maritime objectives which cannot easily be reconciled, but which nevertheless have to be accepted indefinitely. So it seems important operationally to insulate other areas of policy agreement and cooperation from the potentially toxic effect of those outstanding maritime disputes as much as possible. And that's what I mean by insulation. The dangers of cross-wiring instead of insulating what you can cooperate about and what you can't are illustrated, I think, by tensions over the South and East China Sea. As I've said, in general terms, all the parties to these disputes have a huge amount of common interest in cooperative economic context, a shared interest in the effective workings of the sea-based trading system. But I would argue, and forgive me the Chinese delegation, this was damaged when China succumbed to the temptation to make use of its economic levers of power when dealing with Japan over the East China Sea by making access to its rare earth minerals difficult some time ago, or suddenly discovering there was something wrong with Philippine bananas at the time of the squabble over Scarborough Shoal. These acts turned economic dependency into political leverage. I think this is a bad idea. Firstly, because it reduces the compensatory effect of close economic relationships in otherwise difficult times. And secondly, it raises security concerns about allowing such economic dependencies to develop in the first place. Instead, it would be in China's interest, and everyone else's interest too, to encourage economic interdependence on the basis of the old argument of the Manchester School, that the more nations trade together, generally, the less they fight. And I would argue that the experience rebounded on China in several ways. Firstly, it encouraged Japan to seek other sources of those rare earths, and for countries like Vietnam and India to develop them. These burgeoning economic relationships encouraged a further coming together of these countries politically in ways that I'm pretty sure were unwelcome in Beijing. Secondly, such experience had its effects on attitudes towards China's tremendously exciting One Belt, One Route project. This, the 21st century Maritime Silk Road, the Chinese argue with considerable justification, should be seen as a tool, not as a tool of geopolitics, instead an opportunity, not a threat. But we all know that something like this could have at least some hegemonic possibilities. Even though it's clearly preferable to the deliberate use of force in the operational pursuit of policy objectives, economic leverage of this kind will, while tactically effective, often turns out to be operationally unwise in the long run. But all the same, there still remains the question of how regional countries should respond to the engagement possibilities involved in OBOR. One obvious temptation for countries with their hesitation about the real motives or the operational consequences of this would be to have nothing to do with the project at all, to refuse to engage, in other words. This would probably be unwise. There is a strong alternative argument that suggests cautious engagement would be the best way of finding out what the project actually means, to ensure that the economics make sense, and that as much as possible, the dependencies go both ways, in ways which make it more difficult for any of the parties to exploit them strategically. If it does bind the countries involved more closely together, and if the Manchester School is right, its long-term consequences might well be generally benign for all of us. But let me now turn down one level to tactical engagement. This is clearly important too, for how people on the spot actually behave may have huge unintended consequences. Tactical actions at sea which endanger life and violate the basic rules of the road have a high risk of being counterproductive. It may be better to direct high-pressure water at a bridge and communications equipment of the other side in some standoff at sea rather than shoot at him, but it's still inherently dangerous. It could result in the victim losing control, either at sea or ashore, which is in the interests of nobody. It will often poison relationships afterwards as well, affecting the perceptions and the assumptions that parties have about each other. So for this reason, we need rules of engagement for the control of tactical incidents. In perilous situations, as situations at sea nearly always are, restraint should be a premium and competition in risk-taking frowned on. The wisdom of making tactical engagement as constructive as possible applies just as much to talks about methods of controlling incidents at sea as well. Unless there is actually some responsible person on the other end of a hotline, such arrangements are likely to do more harm than good. So making them work in practice is critical too. And I would argue that the dialogue needs to be unconditional. Participating in negotiations and the effective implementation of their outcomes should surely be regarded as the natural default position, rather than a reward or punishment for the other side's behavior. Thus, it's extremely encouraging to see the normal processes of naval togetherness between China and the US continuing despite their recent frictions in the South China Sea. And more broadly, I would argue that you can see this at the highest level of engagement, tactical engagement as well. Exactly the same might be said, for example, about the recent meeting of leaders from China, Japan, and Korea. Such an exchange does not mean that the islands of the East China Sea or the historic antipathies that divide these countries have gone away. Of course they haven't. Merely that they do not preclude, and indeed what may well be mitigated by, routine and general reassuring engagements like this. And one problem that all these countries have has already been referred to this morning. It's controlling the nationalistic netizen. Whatever their political colour, governments around the world are getting increasingly sensitive to the influence of the social media. For reasons which defy the logic of the Manchester School, xenophobic and strongly nationalistic groups seem to be emerging in many countries, not only in this region, but around the world. For them, the security of island possessions is increasingly seen as a performance indicator of how well their government is doing, even its legitimacy. At a time when governments everywhere are struggling to provide essential and affordable services to rising populations and an expanding middle class, this is dangerous stuff, since it could narrow the political establishment's room to maneuver, and worse still, encourage politicians to play to the gallery in such disputes as a matter of political expediency to compensate for failures in government policy elsewhere. Clearly, it would be much better if they did not do that and instead engage seriously in the management, if not the resolution, of international problems like that. And then there's the issue of who with. Who do you engage with where? An open debate about the legitimacy, intentions, and the role of outsiders in quote marks in local seas, whether it's the US and India in the South China Sea or China in the Indian Ocean, could usefully shine a torch in dark places. We know that India is somewhat concerned about the growing Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean. This is something to be talked about, not suspected in dark corners. And that's obviously connected to the issue of transparency that's already been referred to, which together tend to reduce the misperceptions and the miscalculations that historically has so bedeviled international relations in the past. There is, of course, a tactical case for studied ambiguity, since it preserves options for an uncertain future and sometimes avoids the necessity for choice between the policy positions of various internal stakeholders. But the strategic dangers of studied ambiguity, particularly when so frequently misinterpreted by the social media, makes this a dangerous tactic, I would argue. And the same is true of naval planners, whose problem is having to peer into and prepare for an uncertain future. The more obscure one country's naval preparations are, the more likely are its neighbours and rivals to overcompensate in their responses. Accordingly, as much transparency as the situation allows should surely be the norm. So the more togetherness there is, by definition, the better the transparency and the less the uncertainty. The more they interact, the better the state of international relations. So finally and briefly, the third aspect, institutional engagement. One prospect, one frequent criticism is that there's basically quite enough of this already. Maritime engagement can be served by states engaging positively with as many partners and in as many sea-related institutions as their resources and interests allow. But a policy like this has its critics. Realists looking at ASEAN and the family of institutions it set up complain that many of these are little more than talking shops, which have little real impact on the security situation. ASEAN has reportedly 100 Track 1 channels for security dialogue and more than 200 Track 2 unofficial equivalents. Even so, it's failed to operationalize the 2002 Declaration of Conduct, and ASEAN's failings over Hurricane Haiyan in the Philippines and ASEAN and the search for MH370 have been much commented on by people like me. This would seem to lend strength to the view that institutions are only as effective as their members wish them to be, and are better seen as a consequence of stability and improving relationships than a cause of them. But nonetheless, having made the case for the prosecution, I would act in their defense. A multilateral policy may look as though it produces nothing more than an alphabet soup of competing and autarkic institutions, but getting as widely and as diversely engaged as possible has several advantages for constructive engagement. The more, the merrier, in other words. First of all, this diversity usefully observes the reality that the Indo-Pacific region is far more diverse than, shall we say, Western Europe. Secondly, it provides many more options. Even in Western Europe, for example, a group of established nations with centuries of interactions behind them, and a recent history where they're all fairly clear about what the reasons for their togetherness was, have found it necessary to set up alternative systems and institutions to cope with alternative strategies. Thus, when responding to the Paris attacks of November 2015, France decided to invoke Article 42.7 of the European Union's Lisbon Treaty rather than Article 5 of the NATO Treaty. It did this believing that 42.7 allowed it to seek a much more flexible, tailored and specific response from its alliance partners. So basically, it gives you more options in how to cope. Hence the value of complementary NATO and EU approaches to the piracy problem of Somalia. And that complementarity, I would argue, gives you more options. It also reflects the breadth of the issues. A plurality of sea-based institutions allows for the huge variety of challenges to maritime security to be dealt with in a particular way. And it's generally encouraging to see the extent to which multilateral institutions designed to encourage discourse on a whole range of threats are growing in number, ambition, and membership. It's also a way of representing the minor players. The smaller and weaker states can preserve their interest best in a world from the power of the great and the powerful, the more options they have. And then finally, as Winston Churchill famously remarked, jaw is much better than war. For all its faults, it is better. One of the key differences between the situation now when compared to the situation before the First and Second World Wars, for example, which were likewise periods of huge economic strain in which the international order was changing, with some countries rising and others falling, was that today's processes take place within a constellation of debate and discourse about maritime cooperation. This kind of constructive maritime engagement, in other words, has undoubted limitations, but it's still infinitely preferable to the alternative. So, what are my conclusions? Basically that. It's a plea for an informal framework for continuous activity. To go on, not treating each episode as a unique event, but something that's normal, something that all navies do all of the time. And I'm encouraged too, like the previous speaker, by the fact that this just slowly is appearing to be the case. We are accepting that naval togetherness is the default position. And I thought that what last night's parade demonstrated, for all the criticisms there were of it in today's paper, I noticed, was that what it demonstrated was a kind of national pride in collective endeavour. And that's surely the way to go. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Till. Professor Till stressed the criticality of cooperative engagement, which discourages competitive engagement. He focused on the dangers of non-traditional challenges, including human trafficking and narco-trafficking, and the urgent need to combat these threats. He propounded that maritime engagement and the interconnected strands of the substantive, what they engage about, the behavioral, how they engage, and the institutional, where they engage. He cited the recent interaction of China, Korea, and Japan, indicating their desire to diffuse tensions and work for economic integration. And also mentioned the impact of domestic political phenomenon in foreign policy formulations in nations in the region. And finally, he stressed the constructive maritime engagement, which, though having limitations, is still perhaps the best way forward. I now invite our next speaker, First Admiral Amarullah Octavian, Chief of Staff, Western Fleet Command, Indonesian Navy. His paper is titled Indonesian Approach and Perspective on Asia's Regional Maritime Cooperative.
Moderator, good morning. Honorable Chief of Navy, senior officers, distinguished speakers, member of delegation, I am very honored to be present in this International Maritime Conference. I congratulate the organizing committee for arranging such a conference, and thank you for inviting me to present my paper on Indonesian approach and perspective on Asia regional maritime cooperative engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, the rise of Asia has returned the Indian Ocean into the spotlight. As the previous speaker, the ocean provides crucial shipping and trade route connecting Middle East, Africa, and South Asia with other Asian countries, as well as European. Around half of global crude oil demand are shipped per day through some of Indian Ocean strategic choke points. In turn, these activities intensify further social interaction between and among nations, both of the region and extra-regional. This nation-based social interaction have created competition, conflict, as well as cooperation in the process, influencing the geostrategic and the security environment in the ASEAN region. As an archipelagic state connecting the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean, Indonesia understands the significant importance of the maritime domain along with its safety and security. Indonesia is actively engaged in both region maritime cooperative arrangement, particularly the Indonesian Navy. Hence, it could offer its experience in existing cooperative framework as well as its perspective and approach for future management. Asia is a diverse and complex region, but it does not mean the region does not have certain characteristics. Experts have identified Asia's 7 contemporary characteristics, including dual form of strategic uncertainty, where all countries are facing difficulties in adjusting to an increasingly Sino-centric region and world, and growing economic capacity for military modernization with possible security dilemma. Economically, Asia is a giant. In 2011, ASEAN Development Bank forecasts Asia 2050 per capita income to increase up to 6 times thanks to the drivers of its economic engine, China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Thailand, and Malaysia. This rapid and robust economic growth has allowed ASEAN countries to improve their military power, particularly naval-related armament. The region defense spending has increased significantly, around 27% between 2010 and 14, mostly on naval and air force procurement. Asia even defeated the defense budget of NATO European member countries in 2012. Now, why are these countries enhancing their military forces? The South China Sea dispute is obviously one of the reasons. Experts have discussed this matter since the 90s. How the dispute may push countries in the region, both claimant state and non-claimant, to increase their military power, particularly their navies. There is also the East China Sea dispute between China and Japan over the Senkaku or Diaoyu Island. Although only involved 2 claimant states, the dispute has received attention from the international community since it involved 2 of Asia's strategic economic and geopolitical drivers. The tension has encouraged Japan to increase its defense spending. This maritime dispute do not entail only those who are parties to the claim. The United States is an example with its interest upon the freedom of navigation and overflight in both seas. It plays an important role in the dynamics of this dispute. These are, ladies and gentlemen, the outstanding competition and conflict in the Western Pacific. Let us now talk about the Indian Ocean and its complexities. As the world's third largest ocean, the Indian Ocean has 6 key characteristics. First, it is a semi-enclosed ocean. Second, it has abundant energy resources, minerals, and commodities. Third, it is at the center of Royal India interest. Ladies and gentlemen, having my academic background on military and maritime sociology, it is important to present sociological theories, particularly on conflict, cooperation, and competition. In regard to conflict, Green defined it as the deliberate attempt to oppose, resist, or coerce the will of another or others, while Gillen and Gillen describe it as the social process in which individual or group seek their end by directly challenging the antagonist by violence or threat of violence. Green then defined cooperation as the continuous and common endeavor of 2 or more persons to perform a task or to reach a goal that is commonly cherished, while Merrill and Eldredge explain cooperation is a form of social interaction wherein 2 or more persons work together to gain a common end. Conflict and cooperation are inseparable, phase of a single process, according to Charles Cooley. It is fair to say that no matter how close to individual, to group, or to states, when particular interests come into play, the possibility of conflict may rise in the midst of robust cooperation. Competition, on the other hand, is defined as impersonal, unconscious, continuous struggle between individual and group for satisfaction, which because of their limited supply, all may not have, by Sutherland, Woodward, and Maxwell. Bisan and Bisan write competition is the striving of 2 or more persons for the same goal, which is limited so that all cannot share it. Forms of competition include economy, cultural, social, racial, and political. All of these are evident in the ASEAN region. In my paper, I briefly explain the relation between the territorial dispute and international relation. There are concerns over possible tension escalation from existing global territorial dispute. Some studies show the connection between economic resources with territorial dispute settlement, particularly maritime. Because today's global economy is interconnected, states will take measures to avoid further conflict at sea. An example of economic consideration and cooperation between dispute states is the Ems-Dollar Treaty between Germany and the Netherlands on their maritime demarcation in the North Sea. In 2013, the two states achieved a political compromise called the Agree Cornerstone. It provides for guiding principle for the countries to formulate a legally binding bilateral agreement that include the development of a joint maritime traffic management system. The Ems-Dollar Treaty was signed on October 2014. There are two reasons why this bilateral agreement is special. First, since the most disagreeable point was discussed openly by the two countries and practical questions have been well addressed, the border issue had little importance. And second, Germany and the Netherlands opt for a non-traditional approach through shared responsibilities and joint decision-making process. The success of this treaty could become a model to resolve existing territorial dispute, particularly maritime. This example should also underline the importance of cooperation. And since the maritime dominates the ASEAN region, there are many cooperation frameworks in this region. In the Asia Pacific, there is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, with members of the 10 Southeast Asian countries. The organization takes the driver's seat in a number of ASEAN-related and expanded multilateral establishments, including ASEAN Regional Forum and East Asia Summit. This forum also includes extra-regional states such as the United States and Russia. In the defense area, there is the ASEAN Defense Minister Meeting, or ADMM, and it was immediately expanded into ADMM Plus and focused on 5 priority areas of maritime security, counterterrorism, disaster management, peacekeeping operation, and military medicine. In terms of Navy-related forum, there is the Western Pacific Naval Symposium, or WPNS, initiated by the US Navy. The biennial forum allows Western Pacific Chief of Navy to sit together and discuss regional maritime security issues in an open and friendly manner. In the Indian Ocean region, some of the maritime security cooperation framework include the voluntary-based Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, or IONS, initiated by Indian Navy in 2008. The forum is similar to WPNS. Next is the Contact Group on Piracy of the Coast of Somalia, established on January 2009 for information sharing among state and non-state actors interested in combating piracy in the Gulf of Aden. The Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation, or IORA, has also included maritime security issues as one of the topics in its discussion. Distinguished participants, having explained the region along with its conflict, competition, and cooperation, I will now present Indonesia's experience and perspective regional maritime cooperative and arrangement. First is a case close to home. One of the most important choke points in the region is the Malacca Strait. More than a decade ago, its safety and security was laid in the spotlight by the international community. Understanding the strategic importance of the strait, the Navy of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore launched Malsindo Trilateral Coordinated Patrol on July 2004. It was then followed by the launch of Eyes in the Sky in September 2005. Proposed by Malaysia, it supports the coordinated patrol by surface warship of the 3 navies. Malacca Strait Patrol, or MSP, was formed after it was formulated by the MSP Joint Coordinating Committee along with its term of reference and standard operating procedure. The Royal Thai Navy officially joined MSP after its Commander-in-Chief signed the revised MSP Tor and SOP on September 2008 in Thailand. This reflects the ASEAN spirit and the strengthened MSP legality and effectiveness to not only IMO, but also other international maritime-related organizations, as well as the maritime community. There are statistical proof to such claim, like the IMO annual report on act of piracy and armed robbery against ships from 1906 until 2010, show significant decrease of piracy cases in the strait. In the past few years, however, this busy strait is once again becoming a headline in the maritime community. Reports of petrol ship owning in the Malacca Strait and calling the strait the new sea piracy hotspot and the new piracy capital of the world have become a major concern among the navies of the littoral states. As one of the navies of the littoral states, the Indonesian Navy has taken this issue very seriously. Its Western Fleet Command established the Western Fleet Quick Response, or WFQR, as a concrete reaction to ensure the maritime and international community that the Malacca Strait is safe and secure. WFQR has solved a number of high-profile cases in the Malacca Strait, including the hijacking of MT Orkim Harmony, shipowning on MT Joachim, and a robbery on board MV Merlin. The assistance and cooperation from neighboring countries were very helpful in closing these criminal cases. Next is interoperability, which is paramount for navies to work together at sea. In Asia, there are several existing frameworks to enhance interoperability at sea. On 2014, the Indonesian Navy hosts its first multilateral naval exercise, codenamed Komodo, which is also the first non-war fighting exercise for ASEAN plus navies. Focusing on disaster relief operation, the exercise succeeded in formulating a standard operating procedure for ASEAN plus joint naval operation on disaster relief. The first test for this new SOP was the search and rescue operation on Air Asia flight KZ-8510 that crashed in the Java Sea off the coast of Kalimantan on December 2014. The second exercise will be conducted this April in Padang, West Sumatra, with focus on maritime peacekeeping operation. Ladies and gentlemen, during the 2014 WBNS in Qingdao, China, the Chief of Navy agreed upon the Code for Unplanned Encounter at Sea, or CUES. This non-legally binding document offers safety procedure, a basic communication plan, and basic maneuvering instruction for naval ships and naval aircraft during unplanned encounter at sea. Both Komodo exercise and WBNS have provided regional navies the operational level document to enhance the interoperability at sea. However, the region still necessitated the formulation of common doctrine and collective standard operating procedure for cooperation at sea for regional navies and beyond. After looking at the operational level, let us now move to more strategic perspective and a brief return to sociology. Another important social interaction is accommodation. It has many forms, but two are more important in international relations, particularly for resolution mechanism, conciliation and arbitration. The first is an institutional effort that allows the involved parties to sit together and to achieve a common agreement, while the latter is a conflict resolution effort through a third party with the authority to make the decision of dispute settlement. Both conciliation and arbitration are dispute settlement mechanisms stated in the United Nations Charter in Chapter 6 on Pacific Settlement of Dispute. I would like to focus on arbitration. Widely practiced by international business, it is also one of the dispute settlement mechanisms incorporated with UNCLOS 82. The most current case of the use of this resolution mechanism is the Philippines in regard to China claim in the South China Sea to the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague, presented on January 2013. Although no decision has been made, this mechanism allows Philippines to stand on the same level with China in the South China Sea dispute. Indonesia believes that since it provides a degree of freedom and equality, as well as legal authority to the party involved, we should consider the application of arbitration as a dispute mechanism in bilateral and multilateral cooperation. Such mechanism will provide assurance to involved parties or members in case a dispute occurs. My next point is an international regulation on armed conflict at sea to support arbitration. I trust most Navy is familiar with 94 San Remo Manual. which has a unique position within the international law because it is considered as one of the sources for international law. Besides its uniqueness, many countries have adopted the manual into their respective national law. Indonesia took this manual as part of its humanitarian law in regard to state defense management. And so, ladies and gentlemen, an arbitration mechanism as part of a dispute settlement arrangement of a maritime cooperative arrangement could utilize San Remo manual as one of its legal bases for resolving dispute at sea, since the manual regulates the obligation and right of involved and natural parties. My last point is UNCLOS. Much has changed since 1982. Rapid technological advancement, revolution in military affairs, and changes of global geopolitics, to name a few. These changes have significant implications on how warships operate and maneuver, and how surveys are conducted at sea. Although there are some guidelines formulated to fill in the gap that remain within UNCLOS 82. These documents are non-binding and do not entail consequences if a country violates the guidelines, since they are voluntary based. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it is about time we create a new UNCLOS that include the areas that were not written in detail in order to reduce possible conflict due to multiple interpretation and the lack of international rules and norms. I thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Octavian. Admiral Octavian drew attention to the fact that the Indo-Pacific is witnessing conflictual situations, especially in the maritime domain, but that there are also security mechanisms which have the potential of securing peace and security in the region. He stressed upon the phenomenon of piracy in the Western Indian Ocean, and then closer to home, the incidents of the same piracy in the Malacca Straits, and how the countries in the region have managed to secure peace or manage the situation to the best of their abilities through regional cooperation. Admiral Octavian also stated that the interconnected nature of the global economy makes it incumbent on states to avoid maritime conflict. The critical importance of cooperation in the region was, of course, emphasized by Admiral Octavian. And last but not the least, Indonesia, which is the chair presently of the Indian Ocean Rim Association, he also stressed the importance of how regional cooperation could play an important role in maritime security, as also in other aspects. I now invite our last speaker, Professor, here is the paper. Professor Ataur Rahman, Chairman, Initiative for Strategic and Maritime Studies in Dhaka. His paper is titled Building Partnerships in the Bay of Bengal, Opportunities and Challenges.
Distinguished moderator, distinguished officers of the Navy and others, and ladies and gentlemen. My title of my paper is Building Partnership in the Bay of Bengal, Opportunities and Challenges. As you can see, the broad aims of my paper, which I submitted, but mainly I want to discuss in my presentation, is first I think I want to build on the theme of IFR, partnering together for a secure maritime future. So that's my first broad aim. The second, what the really partnership means in a world of powers, which is hierarchically ordered. And third, when you talk about strategic security environment, which is very critical, but then we have another force, the economic matrix or economic imperatives of many littoral states of the oceans, which is a driving force for cooperation. And so we should not ignore that. And finally, I would like to look forward to particularly BOB, that means Bay of Bengal region, or the Bay of Bengal, the largest ocean in the world, on a medium-term trajectory, particularly how it's going to shape up in the context of the rising importance. So, first in my presentation, I would like to say that why the Bay of Bengal and how its importance is rising. First, it's the principal, if you look at the map, the principal trade routes for the Persian Gulf to the state of Malacca pass south of the Bay of Bengal. The second, the 7 littoral states, especially Bangladesh, India, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia, have their outlets through this largest bay in the world. Third, the bay acts as the economic lifeline of these countries, providing passage to the bulk of their exports and promising energy future through exploration of oil and gas. And fourth, as we discussed, the bay is also integral to the Indo-Pacific corridor that extends to from the west to the east. And then the last point, which has already been marked, that the security environment of the bay is not only threatened by interstate rivalries, or we call it strategic triangle, which I will discuss later on, but also the presence of, continued presence of traditional threats like piracy, terrorism, illegal fishing, trafficking, and above all, migration and climate change. So that's the part of the characteristic of the Bay of Bengal. So in the context of the new significance of the Bay of Bengal, my focus is on the areas, to look into the areas where littoral states of the bay can cooperate, or where there is common ground to build partnerships to meet and act on issues that concern these countries. Second, to maintain that although strategic jostling by major powers continues or is occurring in the bay, the perception of common interest may unlock the potential for regional collaboration, overcoming the sensitivities of national boundaries. Third, I would like to share the hope for a new ocean-centric regionalism, despite asymmetric power relations and marked legacy of mistrust in the region. And this is realizable through building partnerships, especially in the areas of public good or global commons, whatever we call, identified areas are environment, marine resources, and climate-induced migration and disasters. And finally, I would like to underscore the importance of the multilateral institutions, including the Indian Ocean Rim Association, to contribute to this process of partnership development in the BOB region. Now, to build partnership, as I indicated, and I tried to argue in my paper, that strategic environment and perception of interest is very important. So I tried to trace the perception of interest of different countries in the region, and because only the perceived common interest and viewpoints, if they can merge into a common vision, then we can have a sustainable peace or development in a particular area. So little states of the Bay region currently attempting to leverage their geostrategic location in the context of expanding and competing spheres of influence. Third, if you look at the other reason, the strategic environment, if we trace or if we look currently and the future, it does not disturb the overall stability. Rather, it provides the little states, i.e. medium and smaller states, a bargaining chip in the major powers' larger strategic ambitions. And next, I would like to underscore the importance of India now, which is perceived by the other littoral states as generous in contributing to smaller countries' maritime domain awareness, capacity building, and dispute resolution. And in case of dispute resolution, India has been quite acceptable to international arbitration of Bangladesh share in the Bay of Bengal. We could also, Bangladesh could also go to the international arbitration to settle the maritime disputes with the Myanmar. And I also talk about, when we talk about strategic environment, we talk about a strategic triangle in the Bay of Bengal, which is formed by India, China, and the United States. China, at the same time, is contributing to infrastructure development of the region, financial investment, naval and military modernization. So I think Chinese contribution is also marked in the Bay region and also the Indian Ocean. And of course, the US is contributing to maritime security, particularly by providing ships, boats, and other logistics, and also in exploring deep sea oil and gas. So, in view of this strategic, I think rather congenial environment, strategic environment, I think my argument in the paper is that time is now for partnership approach or partnership development. Now, what could be the new approach of building partnership? So my first proposition is to facilitate communication and cooperation in at least some functional areas, which can really contribute, one, to build trust and confidence among the littoral states of the Bay and the Indian Ocean. Second, to move beyond South Asian characteristic, which we inherited or we historically been experiencing, of non-engagement, but now it should be replaced by cultivating a habit of dialogue and cooperation. And then we have to identify a clear functional areas, like I propose disaster relief, search and rescue, sustainable development of marine resources, which we call blue economy, and many of these countries are very much excited about it, and the fight against terrorism and piracy. The second broad elements of partnership development is the prerequisite of that is the institutional cooperation, which is much needed, as some my previous speakers have also highlighted. So regional institutions are there, but they need to be invigorated to promote bilateral, sub-regional, as well as multilateral cooperation. I would like to emphasize more on Indian Ocean Rim Association, which needs to have greater involvement of, and also include external stakeholders, regional and sub-regional groupings, and collaborating with the relevant UN agencies. And finally, I would like to underscore the importance of cooperation between public and private stakeholders, including the navies of different countries, to foster innovation and initiatives, and also second, increase maritime domain awareness. Now, what do you look forward in a medium-term trajectory in terms of intent, interest, and aspirations? So I find in my paper that the medium-term trajectory in the Bay region, including the Indian Ocean, seems cooperative as we analyze the triangular dynamics of relations between India, China, and the United States. The second is that a robust but not exclusive Indian maritime presence would facilitate convergence of interest to build partnership with littoral states as well as China and the United States. So I find the critical role of India. The strategic engagement of India is critical to enhance cooperation for stability, peace, and development, but not acting alone, but in concert with other maritime nations. And I assume that Indian strategic doctrine, or India perceived to be a net security provider in the region, but also let us hope it realizes its moral obligations, and also it delivers what it promises in terms of the security and stability, and also common interest. Finally, I would like to underscore the importance of political will and vision that must pave the way for a new order in the ocean, so vital for peace and prosperity of different regions. In our region, particularly in the Bay of Bengal, I would like to share the view of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his March 2015 visit to Seychelles and Mauritius, which I find very visionary and apt, when he declared, quote unquote, "Our goal is to seek a climate of trust and transparency, respect for international maritime rules and norms by all countries, sensitivity to each other's interest, peaceful resolution of maritime issues, and increase in maritime cooperation." This is already demonstrated by hosting IFR, Fleet Review. I think I'm very glad that I could attend such a wonderful and very fruitful forum, and we look forward that India plays its role as it professes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rahman. The professor stressed the need for regional mechanisms for addressing both traditional and non-traditional maritime challenges. He highlighted the importance of the Bay of Bengal and the huge potential for cooperation, keeping in mind the rich natural marine resources in the bay. The professor also underscored the importance of maritime cooperation, regional maritime cooperation in South Asia. There was also a reference to the Indian Ocean Rim Association, which I'd like to briefly add to what the professor said, and this was also highlighted in the speech of the Indian Chief of Naval Staff yesterday. Normally, well, firstly, I'd like to confess that this is the first time in my life, I'm on the other side of uniformed gentlemen, and it's something new to me. It's in fact, it's quite overwhelming if you ask me frankly. But when I heard what the Chief of Naval Staff had to say yesterday, and this was something which he repeated, which he said earlier on when he visited Mauritius in March along with the Prime Minister to hand over the boat to Mauritius. The importance of the economic developmental aspect in the ocean, which normally I thought, I may be wrong of course, one would not hear from someone who is in the Navy. So this was something important to IFR, because not many people know that IFR was launched in 1997 on a call given by President Nelson Mandela that countries of the region need to get together, and the IFR Charter very clearly focuses on economic regional cooperation. It has no political mandate whatsoever. So that being the case, I think it further stresses the point of my being overwhelmed in this kind of an audience. But that said, I think the fact that India was the chair of both IORA and IONS in 2011 brought out the possibility of an interface between IORA and IONS. It was not to take place, of course, for various reasons. Australia again became the chair of IORA, and which also then coincided with IONS. I think there was some hope that the interface would take place. It did not. Now Bangladesh has become the chair of IONS, and there's again talk of the two probably having an interface. Whether it will happen or not is it's for member states to decide. But coming back to what the Chief of Naval Staff said yesterday, in very clear terms, he understood and underscored the importance of the economic development of the ocean, and the importance, of course, to keep peace in the region when that is being developed. The ocean is perhaps going to be the last frontier of economic development. So that therefore it becomes very critical. We also have member states in IORA which are small island states. The concern they have about ocean development and also about climate change is huge. Bangladesh also has concerns about this. Indonesia is now the present chair of IORA, and I'd like to mention here that in April 14th to 16th, I think, is the Komodo exercises, which Indonesia is hosting off Padang, which is the Indian Ocean city, in fact. IORA again will be there because we have a platform for the Indian Ocean Dialogue. We've held 2 before, and we'll be holding the 3rd one in Padang. The last point I'd like to mention about IORA is the fact that of the 21 members, we also have the range of membership is huge. We have, of course, ranging from South Africa on this side right up to Australia on the other side. But we also have members which tend to be called failed states or problem states. Somalia is the latest member, which joined last October, as recently as last October. Yemen is also a member. And the fact that we have dialogue partners, which are the P5, excluding Russia and Japan, and recently, 2 months ago, Germany also became a dialogue partner. 7 dialogue partners in total, most of them all major advanced economies. Now, IORA facilitates a platform which gives the opportunity for all the 21 countries which are members to sit with the 7 dialogue partners. I don't think any other platform facilitates that. So that is an extremely important aspect. I thought I'd mention it. Well, now I think we'll open we have time on hand, so I think for a Q&A session, I'll open it out to the audience I hope we have the mics ready in case. Yeah. I think the CNC. Okay. Mr. Rai.
Thank you, Chair, for speaking about IORA and the question. My question is to General Dan. Thank you very much for mentioning the word one family as a theme. And our Prime Minister refers to a lovely word in Sanskrit, one kutumbam. So I was very glad you mentioned. China has been mentioned very often in various yesterday and today. And today happens to be the Chinese New Year, the year of the unpredictable monkey. So I also have 3 lovely grandchildren. The senior, the stronger, tends to bully the junior. And that's part of our concern. So I have 2 staccato questions for you. How do the strategists in Hawaii view the China-Pakistan friendship? And especially as IORA has been mentioned, Pakistan, 200 million people, quite a big EEZ, is not part of IORA. Of course, Admiral Suresh Mehta is sitting here. He's the man, the ions and pushing ions in IORA. I hope one day it shall become a thing. That's the first question. How do you view this of China-Pakistan connection and that they are not members, Pakistan, of IORA? And the second question is, since our Indonesian Admiral talked about about cooperation and competition. Second question, how do we get China to come to the arbitration of UNCLOS? Because Admiral Anup Singh yesterday very wonderfully mentioned India conceded a lot of space to Bangladesh in the sea border negotiation and the waters. So the 2 questions to the General, and if the Admiral from Indonesia wishes to comment.
Thank you very much for the 2 questions, and Gung Shi Fa Chai, Happy New Year. How do the strategists in Hawaii view the Pakistan-China relationship, especially in light of Pakistan not being in IORA, was the question. I can't speak for all the strategists in Hawaii, and in fact, I'm now an educator, not a strategist. I think what's important is to understand how we got where we are, the reality of how relationships have evolved. And that applies to many relationships and also conflicts in the Indo-Asia Pacific. But put a strong focus on the future, not on the past. And we've seen that in a couple of senses with the agreement on comfort women in Japan, between Japan and Korea, and their expanded military partnership, and with Prime Minister Modi's visit. They don't fix everything, but they show a focus on the future. And if you look around Asia Pacific, you see, despite the challenges of North Korea, of the East China Sea, South China Sea, Russia's role, rising China, Kashmir, terrorism, those are all things that could go wrong. What's really happening is a positive movement with the focus on the future. And I'd also cite the U.S.-Vietnam relationship as an exemplar. So we should look at the Pakistan-China relationship in the same light. It's a matter of fact, and what really matters is the intent of China and the intent of Pakistan, and that leads to your second question. How do we get China to arbitration, to really operating fully within international norms? If I could answer that concisely, there'd be a Peace Prize in it for me, wouldn't there? But I think what you've heard discussed, especially by Jeffrey, in a very clear description of what we can do practically. You know, there's wishful thinking and there's practical thinking. And the resoluteness of the other players in Indo-Asia Pacific to pursue a peaceful, stable, and prosperous region with, and I'll use the phrase again, standards, norms, rules, and laws as the foundation will make it inevitable that China will fall into that realm because it will be what's necessary to succeed. They can't be coerced, they can't be cajoled, but to operate as a great power as they wish in this great region, if resolute adherence to those principles is reflected by all of the other players, then it will be inevitable.
Thank you, General Leaf. We have a request from the host to organizers to see if we can combine because we have time on our hands, if we can break for coffee now, and then we can combine the valedictory and the Q&A session, if that's okay with everybody. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request you to kindly join us for a cup of tea and coffee by the poolside, and request you to kindly reassemble at 11:45 hours to have the continuation of this session followed by the valedictory. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to kindly take your respective seats? May I please request you to kindly take your respective seats and settle down? As you know that in just a few moments from now, we will continue with our session, followed by the valedictory session. So just once again, may I humbly request you to kindly take your seats and settle down as quickly as possible. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, an extremely warm welcome. After the tea and coffee break, I'm sure you're refreshed. And at this juncture, may I request you to kindly join me in extending a very hearty welcome to Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral R.K. Dhawan, who has joined us. A very warm welcome to him. And we will now, ladies and gentlemen, continue with the audience interaction with the question and answer round. And I request our moderator to kindly take over.
A warm welcome from our side also to the Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Dhawan. Going back to the Q&A session, what I thought that perhaps we could bunch the questions together so that the speakers could then, answer it perhaps more comprehensively. So, open to all of you.
Good morning. I'm the Lieutenant Wang Ke, the Service Office of China Navy, and I want to take this opportunity to greet with all the audience and speakers present here, in English and in Chinese. Happy New Year, 新年快乐. And then I have one question for Professor Ichi Kawahara from Japan. As you mentioned, now Japan is increasing its capability of military power, and as you know, the historical issues between Japan and countries which were invaded during World War II has not finished yet. And my question is, what's the aim of Japan government to relax, to ban collective self-defense and revise the Pacific Constitution and modify the 3 principles of arms exports? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have a couple more questions?
So I'm Rear Admiral Khanna from the Naval War College. My question is directed to Professor Jeffrey Tills. There has been mention of a slight mention of the United Nations primarily as a rule setter through UNCLOS, even though many people have said that it needs to evolve, and maybe as an arbitration agency. But there's been no mention of the UN as a rule enforcer. If you take the anti-piracy examples, it was a sort of muddled start to it initially. And then you had single ships coalescing together to form coalitions of the willing, and then you had organizations like the SHADE and the CGPCS coming together. But it would have probably been much smoother had all the ships come in with the blue ensign and come together right at the first place itself. Similarly, General Leeds, you also made mention of the issues that are related in maritime domain awareness, for example, that there are technical issues to get systems to talk to each other, and then there are political issues to overcome before they can all function seamlessly. But if you follow the aviation model, for example, then, and if it's a UN mandated system, then you sort of depoliticize the system, and you can get everyone to come together pretty rapidly. So in that case, do you see the UN playing a greater role in the future in maritime security? Thank you.
Perhaps one more question and then we can open to the over there, please. Oh, all right.
So, Lieutenant Contracting 6, Mr. Fender from the Royal Navy. So we talked yesterday about the diminishing presence of the West, the US and the UK in the Indian Ocean. Do you think the UK as a power with a $60 billion defence budget and 2 aircraft carriers and build and shortly to enter service has a role to play in the Indian Ocean, in the Indian Ocean in the future?
We can also have the
Sir, I'm Commodore Kesno, Director MWC. My question is to Professor Geoffrey Till, but also to the rest of the panelists. Professor Till, you brought out the issue of the netism, perhaps the nationalist netism or the xenophobic netism as you called it. So arguably, the netizens are so because the traditional modes of communication were largely dominated by perhaps more cosmopolitan liberal urges, and they were curated with a gatekeeper there, which is not there with the net. Now, navies could perform their roles far away from sea in relative isolation because they were, in a sense, far removed from the immediate day-to-day happenings, particularly with regard to communication issues. As technology makes it possible now for ships at sea also to have greater exposure to social media and everything else that comes along with it, do you think that in future the xenophobic netizens will sort of exert a greater leverage over what the navies do at sea?
Thank you, Commander Krishna. Now we can open it up to Professor. Would you like to go first?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for very interesting questions about Japan. I think I want to address 4 issues related to your question. First, history question. Personally speaking, I consider the history issue extremely important. And it's unfortunate that after 70 years since the end of the World War II, we still have problems with China and Republic of Korea. And just December, President Park Geun-hye of South Korea and our Prime Minister Abe agreed on working harder, seriously, on the conflict issue. So now we can see some useful dialogue at the top levels of 2 leaders, South Korea and Japan. And also in the case of China, Prime Minister Abe and Xi Jinping met each other. And also based on the 4 statements, 4 accord, we are now, Chinese and Japanese are now started working together, particularly on crisis management mechanism. So I think we can see some progress, significant progress is taking place, and I think it's important from Japan's perspective. The Japanese political leaders should express sincerity in coming to terms with the past. There are some There are some politicians in Japan who are revisionist. I accept that. But the majority of the Japanese people are committed to peace. And they also support the constitution of Japan, the past of the peace constitution of Japan. And secondly, about the defense policy change. Actually, Abe government reinterpreted the constitution so that Japan could exercise the right of collective self-defense. But if you read the documents of this policy change very carefully, it's very, very restrained sort of arrangement. The legislation allowed Japan to exercise its right to collective defense very, very in a restrictive fashion. So, for example, it is not possible for Japan to support other militaries in a combat situation. No, we still maintain an extremely restrictive, exclusively self-defensive policy. So there's no significant change on that part of the policy. And also, it is true that Japan has changed its arms export policy. But for a long time, Japan's policy is really irrational from my perspective, because we cannot take advantage of military technologies developed by other countries except for the United States. So now is the time for Japan, for that Japan can become more international in terms of arms acquisition. And in fact, Japan and Australia are now working together so that Australia could perhaps procure some submarines from Japan, but we don't know yet what would happen. India also has expressed interest in obtaining our US-2 amphibious aircraft, very capable aircraft, but still negotiations going on, and I hope Japan will become more, our military defense technology policy should be more internationalized so that other people can share our technology and we can share other people's defense technologies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll answer my maritime domain awareness question and then offer a brief comment on that. The question was, will maritime shared domain awareness evolve to something more akin to aviation domain awareness? And I think that in terms of general awareness, yes, and in fact we're already somewhat there. Through ICAO standards for aviation, the airspace of various countries necessarily interfaces so that you can go from one place to the next. That is not exactly the same as the maritime environment, where the ships can remain at sea for a lot longer than I can remain airborne. And the transit speeds and the nature of the interface at airports versus on the sea lanes is different. But that doesn't mean that all of the security shared domain awareness that is necessary will philosophically be shared naturally. So while AIS data and radar data to some degree may be shared, how far will countries go, and could the UN enforce that? I don't think so, and I don't think they could in an air sense either in terms of non-commercial civil domain awareness. I think that that the specifics of the willingness to share with neighbors are going to be quite, in fact, specific and not easily legislated from New York. So I don't see the aviation model and the maritime model as identical, and I don't see nations as naturally compelled to share data in the maritime domain, though I wish they were, as you are by the fact that the airplanes are coming into your airspace and they're going to land at some point. So, yes and no was the answer. On the historical discussion. Working in this region can't help but hear a lot about history, and I just feel compelled to comment. I mentioned in my earlier answer that the U.S.-Vietnam relationship should be an exemplar, and I'd like to say this. While we don't have the lengthy history, the conflict between the U.S. and Vietnam is significantly more recent, and there's every reason to not get along and not be where our relations are. The United States, and I've been involved in this for about the past 10 years, the United States-Vietnam relationship, contrary to some views, is much more about the United States and Vietnam relationship than about other relations and strategic considerations. It's a matter of practical reconciliation. For the past 20 years, we've had normal relations, normal diplomatic relations, and have been through 20 years of grinding, difficult work at resolving legacy war issues like prisoners of war missing in action, Agent Orange deployment, and unexploded ordnance. Anybody who thinks we just magically appeared at where we are in 2016 doesn't appreciate the very difficult work on both sides that created a new beginning for U.S.-Vietnam relations. I think that's possible elsewhere. I think the Comfort Women Agreement is an example of that kind of hard work. And then I just, as a father and grandfather, have to say this to all who put historical considerations first. You do not honor your ancestors by mortgaging the future of your children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. I'd ask Jeffrey to go.
Yes, I had three really interesting questions directed at me. The first one was about the possible role of the United Nations in leading in the kind of maritime collaboration that we've been talking about over the last 2 days. You'll recall that when the United Nations was founded and set up in the late 1940s, there was a proposal that it should have a standing United Nations Navy to do exactly the kind of thing that we've been talking about. This was found to be impractical on the basis that nations were unwilling to cede that degree of sovereignty to the United Nations. And secondly, there was an issue about how much resources they could do, that they could make available. And that practical problem actually meant that the idea never floated. And it seems to me that the same set of arguments applies today. In theory, it would be much neater if these kinds of collaborative exercises were organised under some kind of United Nations auspices. But when one looks at the extent to which other UN programs are seriously underfunded by the reluctance of the members to make available the resources that in some cases they'd actually promised, I mean, look at the Syrian refugee issue at the moment, for example, I don't see much prospect of this actually flying in practical terms. That being the case, that coalitions of the willing seems to be the most practical way forward. But I would make the proviso that that does not mean that the United Nations is irrelevant to the process, because it manifestly isn't. And I can think of two ways in which that's true. The first is the fact that the United Nations provides a justification for that kind of action. If you look, for example, at international efforts to control the illegal trade in drugs, you'll find that various United Nations agencies do the research on the scale of the problem, come up with recommendations as to what needs to be done. They, if you like, inspire and study issues and articulate the need to respond to issues like that. And secondly, never forget the constraining effect of the United Nations Charter itself. Anything that's done by a coalition of the willing has to be consistent with the terms of the UN Charter. And that constrains what it can do to what the UN would wish it to do. So even though I think the idea of the UN actually running these kind of operations is fundamentally impractical, the greater the role it has, the better, quite clearly. But secondly, never forget the fact that it is operating within a competition where the rules, if you like, are actually set by the United Nations indirectly. The second question was about the role of external players, particularly countries in Europe like the UK, for example, in the Indian Ocean region. I think one of the consequences of the degree to which we're all operating within a globalized sea-based trading system means that more and more there are no external players. We are all involved with everything everywhere, whether we like it or not. And the Europeans can point to obvious things like large European expatriate populations in places like the Indian Ocean, huge economic interests, a still influential shipping system, and the danger, if you like, of being the victim of irregular terrorist actions that may originate from this or any other area, means that they are stakeholders. And for that reason, it seems to me that it's perfectly understandable that all external countries with such stakes have a natural role to play. And I wouldn't exclude anybody from that particular argument. Obviously, the more they cooperate with countries within the region to deal with problems that are common to all, the better. But as far as I can see, that's the anticipation and the expectation of external players in the Indian Ocean region anyway. And it seems to be both natural and good that that's the case. The third question was about the possible influence on xenophobic nationalist citizens empowered by the social media, if you like, in contaminating the Navy and possibly having an effect on the way that the Navy conducted, navies plural, conducted some of the more tense incidents that we've been hearing about over the last 2 days. I think this is a really interesting problem. One of the justifications I've always made to skeptical colleagues as to why I'm so interested in navies is that they both reflect the societies that they defend, and they also offer an opportunity to understand those societies. They're a kind of window into what's happening within the countries that produce them. And I think there is a serious issue here. What we're seeing, I think, is governments around the world, to a certain extent, losing control, losing the capacity to conduct business in a calm, rational, objective manner because of the pressure of the excited and all too often ignorant netizens out there in the social media. And one cannot exclude the possibility that some of this malign influence might trickle its way into navies and affect the way they behave. But I'm generally encouraged. I'm encouraged by the fact that, as has been mentioned on several instances before, what's special about navies is that they do face a real world whose parameters are set by a hostile environment, the sea. They have to be professional. If they're not professional, their ships sink. And for that reason, professionalism, discipline is part and parcel of training, particularly I think in navies and air forces as well, I think, for exactly the same reason. But nonetheless, the possibility that despite all of this concern for professionalism, this kind of malign influence might secure a toehold is a rationale for exactly the kind of thing that we've been doing over the last 2 days, which is to interact with one another, to explore the possibilities of widening and transparency, just in order to create the kind of environment within navies to make them very unwelcome to these kinds of extreme xenophobic tendencies that I think all of our societies are prey to. Thank you.
We go for the next round of questions, please. Yes, sir.
I'm Admiral Shekhawat. Admiral Octavian and later on Ambassador Bhagirat mentioned failed states, and there was even a graphic shown, and one or two were named later on. My question pertains to how they came to be failed states. Was it through their own efforts or was there outside intervention? There must be similarities and dissimilarities in the nature of those states, and what can be done either by them on their own or by outside assistance to emerge from that failed status.
Any other questions?
Thank you for the question. So, based on the references that I use this presentation, that some of the publication show the indicator and also the parameter on how to establish the fail state. In this publication, and also in my perspective, we could identify and also to analyze what is the priority of this factor or the indicator. So regarding the last situation or the current situation in Somalia, for example, so most of the countries believe that this index goes through the indicator on how the Somali became a failed state. The first indicator and the top priority is the failed system of this country to manage the internal security. So based on this factor, we could working together on how to improve the capacity of this failed state. This is the obligation and the morality for international community, improving the capacity of the failed state. But the question is there any agreement on how to make the priority for this factor? Because this factor is very important on how we work together in the future. So this is a concept how to enhance for all of the countries in this region, in the Indian Ocean region, to help some of countries who stated as the failed state. Thank you.
Can I just also supplement? Because as a political scientist, I think it's a challenge, particularly in the Indian Ocean region, that we have so many states, and at the core of these states is the governance. You see, we need effective governance both at the national level and at the international maritime environment. You see, because this was underscored by Mr. Bhagirat that international governance must be effective. There must be rule-based administration. So I think, like any factor of destabilizing, any destabilizing factor can make a failed state. Like simple terrorism can make a failed state. If there is a wide range of terrorist attacks on a particular land, it might, the disaster can make a failed state, you know. Like you can see that I'm talking about my country, Bangladesh, you know, 300,000 people were just disappeared, you know, in 1991, you see. So it can make any government fail, you see. So failed state in the current era, you know, but current discourse, you see, mainly focused on governance, internal security, which is very related, and also economic deprivation, famine, the fury of nature, in the Bay of Bengal area. So these can make a failed state. Famine, now it disappeared because that's part of our heritage, that we suffered famine in this region for many years, but now there is no famine, you see. So I think if it is well-governed state, and this is the responsibility of the major powers, you see, who operate in the ocean, you see, to look into the states who have failed or who are failing, you see, or who have the possibility or apprehension of being failed. So that's, I think, increasingly in the discourse of international maritime governance.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Very briefly, just to add to what was said, I think the most significant point of the discussion of failed, failing, and fragile states is that in this modern, globalized, interconnected world, there's no unimportant state, regardless of why they're failing. And the corrosive effects of the outcomes of state failure are almost certainly going to go beyond the borders of the failing state. And we can't fix everything. There is no magic wand, but every nation that isn't failed or failing should be concerned and attempt to buoy up those that are on the verge of failing or that are fragile in a responsible manner.
Mr. Howard, what I'd like to mention is that, I said that they are called failed states. As the organization which just admitted Somalia as its 21st member, the question of calling it a failed state didn't arise, when it came up for membership. The way we look at it is to try and see how we can mainstream these states. In fact, IORA meetings, even to this day, get representation at ministerial or senior official level, even from countries like Yemen, Somalia, Comoros. We have very good participation from their side. In fact, I'd like to mention that the media makes it out that Yemen is in total, that there's no government at all. But we send them an email and we get a reply within 24 hours. So, it's not as if they don't. I think they would like to participate and they'd like to sit at the same table along with everybody else. And I think that's the best way to go about it. As far as the classification goes, I really don't know, the origin of that. Then what we'd like to do is to basically, conclude, just sum up very briefly some of the points which were highlighted. One was the importance of maritime cooperation in the region to address security challenges. And then also, the speakers highlighted the interconnected nature of the global economy, which makes it incumbent on states to ensure that peace is secured in the region, especially in the maritime region. Third, the importance of regional and international mechanisms and the important role played by them in facilitating dialogue between states. The importance of trying to combat traditional and non-traditional threats or challenges in the Indian Ocean was also highlighted, and the important role that the Navy plays in doing the same. The relevance of existing international frameworks and resolution mechanism, and the potential that they have for addressing conflictual situations in the Indian Ocean is also mentioned. And lastly, that constructive maritime engagement, in spite of having its limitations, is perhaps the best way forward for navies and for states, in fact. With that, we come to the conclusion of this session. I'd like to thank all the participants for their excellent papers. I'd also like to a special word of thanks to the National Maritime Foundation from our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador K.V. Bhagirath, for your moderation, and thank you to our speakers for their respective presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, this session witnessed thought-provoking and intellectual discussions by some of the best minds in the business of strategic thinking from across the globe. And now, to acknowledge their valuable contribution, may I please request Admiral R.K. Dhawan, Chief of the Naval Staff, to kindly present a token of our appreciation to our esteemed speakers. May I please request you to present a memento to Professor Jeffrey Till. To First Admiral Amarullah Octavian. To Professor Ator Rahman. And now to our session moderator, Ambassador K.V. Bhagirath. Thank you, Admiral R.K. Dhawan, for presenting the mementos. Thank you once again, indeed, session moderator and esteemed panel of speakers, for your insightful deliberations and also for your time and presence. May I now request the session moderator and our esteemed speakers to kindly take their respective seats in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence the valedictory session.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 days of extensive discussions on topics of maritime interest, I'm sure all of us in the gathering today have a lot of intellectual content to take home. To summarize and to render an apt culmination to this conference, may I now request Vice Admiral Satish Soni, Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Naval Command, to kindly deliver the valedictory address.
Admiral R.K. Dhawan, Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral D.K. Joshi, former Chief of the Naval Staff and Chairman, National Maritime Foundation, former Chiefs of the Naval Staff of the Indian Navy, Chiefs of Foreign Navies, Commanders-in-Chief, Director General Coast Guard, Ambassador K.V. Bhagirath, Secretary General Indian Ocean Rim Association, former Commanders-in-Chiefs of the Indian Navy, Director General Shipping, Dr. Vijay Sakhuja, Director National Maritime Foundation, distinguished speakers both from India and overseas, flag officers,
commanding officers of visiting ships, various delegates from India and abroad, distinguished academics, participants from the National Maritime Foundation, New Delhi, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I have some bad news for you and some good news. The bad news is that I have been given 30 minutes for my valedictory address. And the good news is that I am acutely aware of your preferences. So therefore, I shall try and be crisp. But firstly, at the outset, as the Commanding-in-Chief of the Eastern Naval Command, I would like to thank you for coming to the city of Visakhapatnam. We are a small town, but we are a beautiful city, and I hope you have enjoyed your stay here. We have our hospitality infrastructure is somewhat limited. I hope you have been comfortable and you go back with some happy memories. This seminar has been one of the highlights of the International Fleet Review, and you will all agree that the last couple of days have been educating. Interaction between delegates, both formally and informally, has provided an opportunity to all speakers to present their own as also their country's viewpoint on maritime issues, thereby clearing the fog to some extent. For some of you, this must be the first trip to India's east coast, a coast that has its own unique history and flavor. Buddhism and Hinduism spread to the Far East from these very shores. And I hope that some of you could visit the ancient Buddhist sites at Bhavikunda and Totlakunda here in the city. A Hindu shrine in China dating back to the 11th century, the Angkor Wat temple in Cambodia, the Hindu mythological bird Garuda as the Indonesian emblem, all these hark back to the ancient mariners who interacted beyond India's eastern shores, across the Bay of Bengal, through the Strait of Malacca, into the South China Sea and beyond. India's eastern coast is steeped in history and is unique indeed. I must compliment the National Maritime Foundation for selecting such an appropriate theme for this seminar, one that completely captures the spirit, flavor, and the sense of the International Fleet Review. If there was one common thread running through the discussions over the last 2 days, it was that security, growth, and prosperity of maritime nations has but one driver, and that is cooperation and partnership at sea. The opening remarks by the Chairman, National Maritime Foundation, Admiral D.K. Joshi, set the tone for the sessions that followed. He raised some excellent posers. Some were addressed by the speakers, whilst others gave us much food for thought. As he also mentioned, there are no easy answers. However, getting all stakeholders together on a common platform, as has been attempted here, helps immensely in setting the ball rolling. I must congratulate and compliment various speakers for putting their thoughts in a very logical and lucid fashion. The papers presented here were of extremely high quality, and the discussions that followed were intelligent and thought-provoking. It was clear that most of you consider maritime cooperation to be of immense importance, and the way ahead or as Admiral Anup Singh puts it, is the highway. The fleet review itself is the most apt example. That so many nations have come together is testimony to the fact that the so-called soft roles of the navies, diplomatic and benign, are fast gaining preeminence over the traditional hard roles. Admiral Raja Menon also expressed the opinion that war-fighting roles of the navies is on the decline, and Admiral Goldrick hit the nail on its head when he said that navies, by their nature, possess a historical and cultural affinity for operations other than war to a far greater degree that is true for the armies. There also appears to be a consensus that there are far too many issues, some fairly complex, in the maritime domain. There is also a sense that whilst cooperative mechanisms may look good on the drawing board, they may not be as easy to implement, more so in the Indo-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific appears to be experiencing a wave of maritime nationalism. There are several indicators towards this. Development of infrastructure on disputed islands and territories, unilateral declaration of air defense identification zones, nationalization of disputed islands, a distinct hardening of stance in defense white papers, forays of navies into distant waters, strident reactions to EEZ transgressions, perceived or otherwise, reinterpretation of the Constitution, reworking of defense alliances, increased defense spending, enhancement of naval capabilities, including procurement of submarines and expeditionary platforms, and so on. Some of you even predict an arms race in the making. And as Al Indian forecasts that half of the world's submarines in 2030 will belong to Asian navies. Obviously, nations are striving hard to provide maritime security to their people. There has also been a marked increase in the levels of maritime cooperation by way of bilateral and multilateral summits, exchange of arms and defense technology, joint naval exercises, staff talks, port visits, visits by senior officers, etc. For example, the Rim of the Pacific exercise of Hawaii in 2014 saw participation by more than 45 countries. The Malabar exercise has progressively increased in terms of its scope and complexity, and there have been several firsts in the terms of bilateral naval exercises, the ones between India and Australia and India and Indonesia being recent examples. However, it appears that there is a contradiction here. Despite the fact that the nations today are investing more time, effort, and resources towards maritime security and are also cooperating more than ever before, many think tanks, and indeed some of the speakers here, predict rising tensions and increasing levels of insecurity. Professor Jeffrey Till mentioned that the Indo-Pacific region has a large number of differing national maritime objectives which cannot be easily reconciled. Admiral Octavian added that 42% of global conflict can be associated with countries in the Indian Ocean region, and that a third of the territorial disputes in Asia are over offshore islands, with only 1/3 of them having been settled. These statements are revealing. Obviously, there is a disconnect suggesting that the approach by countries in providing maritime security is less than perfect. As the seminar comes to a close, I would like to sum up my observations. As has been said by most of you, and indeed the Prime Minister himself yesterday, no one country can take ownership or responsibility for ensuring maritime security, no matter how big or small an area. This point was made quite forcefully by Professor Christie. This is applicable particularly in the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean region, where the issues are more about maritime security than anything else. Maritime security has to be a collaborative effort. Whilst the overall dependence on sea trade and size of the merchant marine are increasing, the number of warships available to provide security are on the decline. Admiral Bosson and Professor Christie also mentioned the fact that traditional powers who have always guaranteed protection at sea may not continue to do so to the same level due to a variety of reasons. This suggests the need for capacity build-up, as also collaborative effort between navies. Next, resolution of differences requires adherence to universally accepted conventions and laws and a mature and sensible rules-based approach by all stakeholders. Admiral Octavian spoke about arbitration as an effective dispute settlement mechanism. He also suggested utilizing the San Remo manual as a legal basis for this mechanism, a most useful suggestion that merits consideration. A recent example where arbitration worked out very well, and as has been brought out by more than one speaker, is in the resolving of long-standing Indo-Bangladesh maritime boundary dispute. Both countries accepted arbitration by a third party. The verdict may not have been to the complete satisfaction of India, or for that matter Bangladesh. However, it was accepted. The long outstanding maritime dispute between Bangladesh and Myanmar has also been resolved, and consequently, as Professor Rahman so aptly puts it, the maritime atmosphere in the Bay of Bengal has indeed changed for the better. Yet another case where arbitration has resulted in a historic breakthrough is in the case of agreed cornerstones agreement between Germany and Netherlands. This, along with the Indo-Bangladesh arbitration, is a most encouraging example of resolving long, outstanding and seemingly intractable disputes through a non-traditional approach and political compromise. A few speakers have highlighted the inadequacy of existing conventions and mechanisms. Professor Katahara was of the opinion that the efficacy and scope of certain rules of the game remain limited, and a strong rules-based international order is the need of the day. Admiral Anup Singh questioned the effectiveness of UNCLOS 3 as he argued that its implementation has not really prevented new disputes from erupting over a couple of decades. The Honorable Raksha Mantri and Admiral Raja Menon also suggested the need to update and strengthen international treaties and frameworks. I completely agree with the suggestions that there is a need to review and indeed renew UNCLOS 3. It goes without saying that there should be consensus and collaboration so as to give us a convention that is enduring, workable, and just as importantly, universally acceptable. Nations need to avoid developing infrastructure with military connotations in their territories and in the harbors of their allies, since these actions can easily be misunderstood. They also need to be transparent in their actions, especially when it comes to deploying military units towards peacetime missions. As Professor Till rightly brought out, lack of transparency can bring about unintended consequences, as is being seen in the case of China's One Road, One Belt proposal. The possibility of some kind of an operational consequence is preventing nations from fully endorsing this initiative, even though it may have been benign and trade related. In Professor Hailin's paper, Professor Hailin from China, that was presented yesterday, he mentioned that, and I quote, China considers the intensification of South China Sea issue as an obstacle and threat that would affect the implementation of China's foreign strategies, especially the Belt and Road. Evidently, there is a consensus that there is a problem at hand, and that existing fog needs to be cleared. Speakers, including Admiral Anup Singh and Admiral Goldrick, stressed that bigger nations must assess the aspirations of smaller countries and strengthen their capabilities so as to enable them to contribute towards maritime security. Smaller nations, especially the developing ones, may not have the luxury of diverting scarce resources towards defense and security. They must not be pressurized to spend money on capacity building and should be helped by their larger friends. In this context, I would like to thank Professor Rahman for his generous comments about India's overtures towards smaller countries. India has gifted ships and aircraft to our maritime neighbors that are not as well equipped. We also deploy ships for patrolling the exclusive economic zones of nations that lack the wherewithal to monitor their huge EEZs on their own. We pay for our own logistics, do not seek basing rights, and see this purely as a benign cooperative initiative. Our training establishments today have an annual turnover of over 800 foreign trainees, with expenses being borne by the Indian government. Almost all the speakers have recommended the need for dialogue and more interaction. The Indian Navy took the initiative towards one such mechanism in the form of Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, or IONS, and we are indeed fortunate to have with us the visionary Admiral Suresh Mehta with us today here, who conceived this idea. IONS has done well in the relatively few years of its existence and has a fairly good recall value. While India was the initiator, the leadership subsequently passed on to UAE, South Africa, Australia, and presently Bangladesh. Let us strengthen this mechanism by taking it to the next level where it can play a more active role. Singapore's International Data Fusion Center is another example where a Navy-led mechanism has been quite successful, although on a smaller scale. Recently, it played an important role during search operations for MH370, wherein it was able to sanitize large ocean areas by tapping into the linkages with merchant marine. Another example is that of Malacca Strait security mechanisms. As Admiral R.K. Dhovan, Chief of the Naval Staff, suggested yesterday, a similar template could be worked at a higher and a more operational level, possibly starting with a formally established mechanism for coordinating humanitarian aid and disaster relief operations in this region. There is also a need for setting up mechanism for intelligence sharing, especially for dealing with the threats posed by non-state actors. Maritime domain awareness and the potential it has for facilitating cooperation amongst maritime nations has been discussed at length. Developments over the last few years have been encouraging, and I can visualize a future not too far away, where exchange of wide shipping information between regional navies would be institutionalized and seamless. Blue economy is another area of focus, and Ambassador K.V. Bhagirath has aptly summed up the various observations of different speakers, and I shall not delve into that. And finally, I feel that navies need to be able to talk to each other better, especially at the tactical level. This aspect also found mention in the talks of some speakers, including General Dan Leaf, who shared some good insights on the subject. Multinational ships deployed at short notice towards a common mission must not grope in the dark when they meet with each other at sea. Can we perhaps see common maneuvering instructions, signal codes, and even communications equipment in future? It may seem somewhat ambitious right now, although certainly not impossible. Exchanges between navies have been stepped up in recent times. However, regional navies still have some distance to cover in terms of seamless interoperability. Seminars such as this help flag collective challenges and hopefully play a part in reducing the inertia sometimes seen in getting cooperative initiatives on road. I completely agree with General Leaf that the knowledge of English is extremely important for navies to be able to cooperate with each other. And I must give an example of the Indian Navy, where we recruit most of our sailors from rural backgrounds where they have almost no exposure to the language. And a young boy who joins at the age of 16 is put through English speaking labs, and in a matter of years he is able to man ships, interact with foreign navies, and speak in English fluently. The fact that the International Fleet Review has witnessed participation by so many countries is an acknowledgement of the tremendous potential that Navy-led initiatives have for getting maritime nations on a common platform. There is also a most appropriate example, and I quote Professor Till here, that of the natural fraternity among sailors. I must also thank him for his generous comments about the conduct of Fleet Review at Visakhapatnam. I trust you will all agree that IFR 16 has definitely played its part in constructive maritime engagement. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you all once again for making it to Visakhapatnam. For the Eastern Naval Command, it has been a privilege to host you. Wish you good luck.
Thank you, Vice Admiral Satish Soni, for your succinct valedictory address and also for putting together all the pieces and showing the way ahead. A mission is successfully accomplished only when all links from an unbroken chain. To acknowledge the contribution of every such link, I would like to now request and invite Dr. Vijay Sakuja, Director of the National Maritime Foundation, to kindly deliver the closing remarks and also to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Admiral R.K. Dhawan, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Satish Soni, the Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Naval Command, Admiral D.K. Joshi, Chairman, National Maritime Foundation, Flag Officers, former Indian Navy Chiefs, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's my proud privilege to make concluding remarks and deliver the vote of thanks for the International Maritime Conference. A little over a decade ago, to be precise,
in 2005, the National Maritime Foundation was established to promote dialogue and discussion on issues that have a bearing on matters maritime. The founding visionaries were clear in their minds that the NMF should, among other issues, endeavor to promote cooperation and partnership at sea among various stakeholders and shape global opinion on the issue. It was also their belief that the NMF should be able to influence the national security elite on issues where India's vital maritime security interests are at stake. It is in that spirit and their vision that the National Maritime Foundation is indeed honored and privileged to partner with the Indian Navy for the International Fleet Review 2016 and conduct the conference on partnering for the secure maritime future here at Visakhapatnam. Thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity to the National Maritime Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not my purpose to sum up the conference. I think the moderators have done a great job. But what I did was to capture a few of the keywords that emerged during the conference. And over the 2 days, I was able to pen down a few of them. There were several of them. But what emerged was word cooperation, which is embedded in the theme of the conference and also in the theme of the IFR. Maritime security, partnership, navies, coast guards, information sharing, port calls, ship visits, bilateral, trilateral, multilateral operations, SLOCs, diplomacy, deterrence, shared awareness, and I was pleasantly surprised to see the word public goods at sea. But all this was underlined with 5 words which are very, very critical in the whole conference: norms, standards, rules, laws, regulations. If one were to put all these together and weave the needle through them, I think I will come out with a kind of a nautical tapestry, which can easily be titled the theme of the IFR or the title of the conference. In fact, these words are deeply embedded in the contemporary naval milieu that we obtain at sea. These are no more the jargon for the navies. As a matter of fact, I find that these have gained currency in the discourse on geopolitics, international security, global economics, and more recently into human security. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday's Admiral Madhvin Singh, who was the moderator, he summed up to read 3 words, but they were the same words: cooperation, cooperation, and cooperation. And what came to my mind was, are we experiencing something called a cooperation overload? Is there too much of cooperation? But we were also, all this belief was tampered with such words which came into practice, which were looked at: rivalry, competition, imperfect word, ambiguity, uncertainty, and transparency. So there was a fear and there was a success of sorts. But we were advised by the delegates that cooperation and competition go all along, all by themselves, hand in glove to that extent, which was a very sobering note. Ladies and gentlemen, not a day passes when the electronic and print media inform us about the rising maritime threats and challenges at sea. At the academic level, as far as the NMF is concerned, we now see a number of scholarly and authoritative studies which argue persuasively that non-traditional security threats are transnational in nature and cannot be addressed by any one country. In that context, what we are witnessing today are a number of bilateral and multilateral institutions and frameworks which have mushroomed at the sub-regional and regional levels that pivot on dialogue, cooperative agreements, and arrangements. We have some very good success stories, ladies and gentlemen. The IFR itself is a very good example. At the operational and functional level, the navies and maritime enforcement agencies are engaged in bilateral, trilateral, multilateral operations to obtain maritime domain awareness, respond to asymmetric threats and challenges, and also provide public goods at sea through HADR and search and rescue. Perhaps what merits attention is that the maritime forces have successfully overcome differing political interests and agendas and established common operating standards, which is a good story. Given this milieu, maritime security cooperation is no doubt a necessary element in both foreign and security policy.
This was clearly visible during the conference, and the distinguished delegates emphasized that nations and their navies must continue to explore newer and collective approaches to address multifaceted security threats and challenges to enhance safety and security of the maritime enterprise. Ladies and gentlemen, the IFR 2016 is indisputably Indian Navy's most recognized face in this decade. The IFR has also provided us the images that have their basis in reality, where navies partner each other on professional matters and come together at events such as this Maritime Conference. Finally, on behalf of Chairman Admiral D.K. Joshi and the faculty members of the NMF, I would like to thank our delegates who traveled long distance to be here with us for this momentous event and share their thoughts. I must also add that you all have been great audiences, and this was quite evident from the questions and comments which were debated and discussed during the deliberations over the last 2 days. I would also like to put on record the support provided to us at the NMF by Headquarters Eastern Naval Command, the Flag Officer Fleet Review, Rear Admiral Kishan Pandey, a number of functionaries, particularly Commodore Srikanth Kesanor, Captain Rajiv Ashok, Captain Manish Chadha, and Commander Satish, who supported us in this endeavor, which I'm sure you would all agree has been a great success. Finally, I wish to thank my own colleagues at the NMF. Some of them are here, and those who are back home at Delhi, and particularly Captain Raghavendra Mishra, for their tireless efforts to ensure that this conference achieves fruition. I also wish the distinguished delegates and participants who have traveled from overseas a safe voyage back home. I'm sure you would all cherish the fond memories of the IFR 2016 and the warm reception extended by the Indian Navy. Thank you all. Namaskar.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of this session. A conclave wherein varied ideas of maritime interest were deliberated and debated over the course of 2 days. As expected out of a gathering of scholars, several constructive ideas and cooperative mechanisms to achieve the theme partnering together for a secure maritime future evolved out of this conference. I'm sure all of us would definitely go back way more knowledgeable when we walk out of this hall today. Without holding you back any longer, invitees and delegates are now requested to proceed for lunch, which has been organized at the poop deck situated on the terrace above. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time and attention.